try to execute your left turn, be aware of the other vehicle, both vehicles turning left. There are 3 exits off the racetrack. Take the first one that's convenient once you've cleared the other lane. The speed limit at Mission Raceway Park is 10 kilometers an hour everywhere, including the return road. That's not a racetrack. Once we get closer to the end of the evening, the car count drops off, and we're watching for the dew point. Once the dew point enters the equation, then we'll be ending shortly after that. So watch the roof of your car. If you start to see a little bit of moisture, that's getting real close to the end of the night. And at that point, typically, we open the lanes to all classes. So when we do that at the end of the night, we ask you to maintain 10 kilometers an hour on the return road. Now, on Farmer Lane, we encourage you to go much faster than 10 kilometers an hour, as quick as you can, or as quick as tech has told you you are allowed to go. There are rules while racing at Mission Raceway Park. One example, if you run faster than 14 seconds, you need a helmet. You can bring a passenger with you in a car. That run is limited to 14 seconds. Your passenger must be 16 years old, and you must have a helmet on the passenger. Seeing a few pets walking around this evening, that's awesome. I just love those furry little guys. But there is a rule. You have to keep a leash on your pet. Well, here at Mission Raceway Park, we don't want anything to happen to your pet. So please keep a leash on your pet. And a reminder, a new rule at Mission Raceway Park this year is anybody riding anything, you must be wearing a helmet. If you're on a skateboard, a scooter, a bicycle, whatever you're riding other than a golf cart, you must be wearing a helmet. And no riding such vehicles for anybody under the age of 16 years old. Just moments away from calling cars. Outlaw, you're going to be up first. This is a early warning. You're on standby. And once again, the run order this evening will be Outlaw, followed by the Street Grudge class, followed by Motorcycle. Then Sport Compact, then Domestic. And then a full rotation we go through again. So as we wait to go racing, the concession stand is open, the pro shop is open. Be certain to grab yourself a souvenir and something delicious to eat as well. All Mission Raceway Park staff, you should be in your race-ready positions. We thank you for being here tonight on a Saturday night. Thanks to your family for letting you sneak away tonight. We all appreciate you being here. Thanks for all your hard work. Well, thanks for your patience, everyone. Street racing going on, or road racing going on at the top end of the racetrack today left us a little something to clean up. We've got it all cleaned up, so we're ready to go racing. So attention in the pits, outlaw, make your way to the front of the staging lanes. Outlaw class will take you in the lanes. Attention in the pits, outlaw, your call to the lanes. And we're going to put a standby call for the new class running this evening, the Street Grudge. Now, if you're not familiar with Street Grudge, well, none of us are because it's brand new. They're showing up this evening. These folks here are going to be racing the 8th mile with no time, and they are actually entering a fee of $150. The winner takes all. I believe winner takes all. James never told us that part.
Were you told about the Street Grudge thing?
Street Grudge is on standby. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Outlaw class, you're called to the lanes. Tailgate party. Spectator side of the racetrack, you are looking great tonight. Man, oh man, you can tune us in on your FM dial at 92.7 if you want to hear it more clearly. Not miss any of the action. So that's 92.7 on the FM dial. Now at the tailgate party, it's probably too late, but just for next time, or if you want to pull forward, what's awesome is if you stay on the other side of that yellow barrier. So it leaves a lot of room for people to walk in front of you and walk the whole course, the whole racetrack without interfering with anyone. So if you could have, if you're sitting on the tailgate of your pickup truck, have your feet on the yellow curb, that's perfect. So you really should be pulled forward that far. If you pull right up with your back tires on that yellow barrier, you're way up against the fence. You block the view of people further up track, and you really restrict the area for pedestrians, including security that likes to walk through there once or twice an evening. So please pull forward if you could. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. If you're a first-time race fan at Mission Raceway Park, thanks for hanging out with us this evening. And this is really a little introduction to the sport of drag racing, what we like to call Racing 101 at the Friday Night Street Legals, tonight on a Saturday. The Street Legals are brought to you by Mopac Auto Supply. And Mission Raceway Park is owned and operated by the British Columbia Custom Car Association, a nonprofit society since 1952. And we're hanging out at the Mopac Performance Street Legal Drag Racing Series. As a race fan, you want to pay forward, visit Mopac Auto Supply. They're located in Langley. You just turn south on 200th Street. Just a few blocks down, turn right on 94th, and they're the second building on your left. Really cool place to check out. If you want to build yourself a hot rod or just get better fuel economy, look after the basic maintenance in your vehicle, visit Mopac Auto Supply. And they'll help you out. They also have a shop that installs the high-performance parts, and they have a world-renowned tuner, Nick Duda, as well, for tuning and making full performance from that package. So go visit Mopac Auto Supply in Langley, in Edmonton, or in Calgary as well. So a big shout-out to Mopac Auto Supply for their continued support of the Street Legal Drag Racing Series. Attention in the pits, outlaw. You've been called to the lanes, and standby call goes out to the new Street Grudge class this evening. You guys are going to be getting called out in just a few moments, and then that will be followed by motorcycle. But motorcycle, hold tight. Street Grudge's first attempt at the race here, so we might eat up a little bit of extra time as we get them sorted out. All right, zoom, zoom. They've been called around the tower. If you're at the tailgate party, we've got full 2 lanes of outlaw class. Outlaw class are cars running on slicks. I'll be interested to see who gets the top ET tonight. Will it be the outlaw class? Will it be motorcycle class? Or will it be the street grudge class? Well, the street grudge class is running no time, so the reader boards won't show numbers. And for those racers to get their time slips, they're not going to get it on the auto system on their phones. They're going to have to actually come up to the tower to receive their time slip. If you'd like to enter this street grudge class, go visit James. He's in the black dually right beside the second light tower in the pits. Here we go, our first pass for tonight. Ivan Kirkwick, 21 Mustang, Drago. Attention in the pits, final call for Outlaw. Well, 5.37 to the 8th mile, 156 miles an hour at the 1,000-foot mark. I'll get it right, 133 at the 8th. Finish line was 174 miles an hour with an 8.25 on the reader board. Now, if it's your first time at the racetrack, the numbers on the reader board are the elapsed time. How long it took to go from the start line once they broke the starter beam right to the finish line, which is the second cone at the far end of the racetrack. .82, 138 miles per hour. Car on the spectator side of the racetrack was 162 miles an hour, 8.71. And the rebuilt parts are holding on. That's awesome. Wow, that sounds great, don't it? And it is so great to see these folks racing on the track and not on the street. Big shout out to all our sponsors, all the staff, and all the hard work that goes into opening up the racetrack for a street legal drag racing series. You buy a beautiful car like this, where else would you have a chance to try it out? So as a race fan walking around tonight, you can make a big difference. Do your part. Tell the racers how proud you are of them racing on the track and not on the street. Give them a high five. Tell them it's awesome keeping the streets safer. .2-liter Hemi, 23 Dodge. Rash Dollarwall. So that's reaction time, you see, 1.2 seconds. 60 foot was 1.35, that's quick. 8th mile is 115 miles an hour with a 6:06. Finish line was 143 miles an hour at 9.45. Well, a big shout out to Wally. Can't be here with us tonight. I have to imagine he's probably listening in online. For all the folks online, be sure to hit the like and subscribe button to Lordco TV. 11.00 with the wind light to a 1065. So the slower car getting the wind light based on reaction time. That's a whole shot win for Don into Tower Lane. So what do you think? The Mustang Roush or that beautiful Corvette? Who's going to get to the finish line first? This is a great opportunity for a grudge match with you and your kids. Who's cutting the lawn tomorrow? Oh, Roush getting a little bit out of shape, wisely getting out of the power. Corvette goes 1071, 125 miles an hour. That was cool. So racers, if you are on a troubled pass, you hear some noise, you see smoke out the back of the vehicle, goes a little bit sideways like that, perhaps get the thing pulled over safely out of the groove along the wall and make sure there's no fluids coming out the bottom of your vehicle before you continue up track. Nobody's going to get mad at you for stopping and pulling up against the wall, especially if you're leaking fluid. Take no chances. Still at the top end, not off the track yet, keeping an eye on him. .1034, 123 the speed, 122 miles an hour for Jeffrey in the spectator lane, doing an 11:18. C6 Corvette and a little Mustang, Josh Hendrick. Staying ahead. 1054, 130 miles an hour for the Mustang, 11:18, 129 for the Corvette.
Spectator lane number, please, Pat.
A little Volkswagen's got some attitude, 1.44 to the 60-foot. Wind light tower or spectator lane 11.59, 116 miles an hour. Well, that was quick. 989, 142 miles an hour for the 2018 Audi. The Ford having a bit of trouble. He's almost there now. We're just waiting for him to clear the track. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. A new class, Street Grudge. Make your way to the lanes. Street Grudge, here's your opportunity. Make your way to the lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Grudge class. Make your way to the lanes. Wow, 1195, 115 miles an hour. And 100.51 miles an hour for the little Honda doing 1106. If you go 100 miles an hour, we do have 100-mile-per-hour stickers for you. And we also have the street legal decals that indicate your elapsed time from 14 all the way down to 10. So if you want to get some street legal drag racing decals on your car, come up to the second floor of the tower and see us. Well, that's old time cool, ain't it? Fairly quick as well, 12:23, slowing down from the half-track mark. 10:28 for Jeff, top end of the racetrack, doing 129 miles an hour on the Tower Lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Grudge, no time. Take you to the lanes. Street Grudge class to the lanes. And a standby call for the two-wheelers. We're a little ways away. Let's give the Street Grudge class a chance to get it all sorted out. Spectator lane with the wind light, 104, 12.14 elapsed time, 106 miles an hour. From Miguel in the Tower Lane, doing 106 with a 12:53 for ET. So as you start to understand your car at the Street Legal Drag Racing Series, you don't worry too much about your reaction time. The reaction time doesn't show on the reader board. The elapsed time is from when you left, whether it took you half a second or 3 seconds. That's when the timer starts. That's the number you get. And in bracket racing, the most important part of racing is the consistency in your run. 121 miles an hour, doing a 1090 in the Tower Lane, a 965 at 113, spectator side of the racetrack. Cars running on slicks, 111 miles an hour in the Tower Lane and 104 in the spectator side of the racetrack. 1212 on this side, 1267 on that side. Now, if you are on that side, the spectator side of the racetrack, it doesn't cost anything to come over to this side of the racetrack this evening over the Lordco Bridge. Come grab something at the concession stand, grab some souvenirs from the pro shop. Check out your favorite cars. $118 miles an hour, 1130 for Walter Johnson. Tower or spectator lane 119 with 1118 on the reader board. Attention in the pits, Street Grudge, you have been called to the lanes. Street Grudge, you should be making your way to the lanes. Street Grudge is a new class we're running this evening. It's no time. You're not going to see any numbers on the board. They're running to the 8th mile, and it was $150 to enter. So a true street-style grudge match going on here at the Friday Night Street Legals. $969, 138 miles an hour for the wind light. 116 miles an hour at 1194 on the spectator side of the racetrack. If you're having trouble hearing us where you are, you can pick us up on the FM dial at 92.7. So here we go, the grudge match, street grudge match. They're going to be ending their race at the 8th mile. So right at the end of the bleachers, you see 2 of the red beacons in the middle of the racetrack. That's the 8th mile. And we have 2 cones there, and they measured a mile an hour between the last 2 cones. So the finish line is actually the 2nd cone. Which lane do you want, Mike? All right, motorcycle, this is your call to the lanes. Lanes 5 and 6, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle, your call to the lanes. Lanes 5 and 6 for motorcycle. Motorcycle, you've been called to the lanes, and we are currently running the street grudge. No time. So you're not going to see numbers on the board, but you're going to watch the finish line. At the 8th mile, end of the bleachers. Well, you guys are going to have to call it out. You're closer to the finish line. Looked to me like the yellow car got there first. So if you're interested in entering the grudge match, go see James. He's located at the 2nd tower on the spectator side of the racetrack with the big black dually. So most of the cars we're seeing here at the street grudge match, we've probably never seen before. Cool. Coming up next, motorcycle class. Motorcycle, you've been called to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle, this is your 2nd call to the lanes. And that puts the next class on standby. So once again, I'm going to run through the run order. We started with Outlaw, then we had Street Grudge for the first round. Then Motorcycle has now been called to the lanes, and after Motorcycle, followed by Sport Compact, Domestic Class, and I've just been informed we have 3 Junior Streets racing tonight. Steve Ababusini and Lee Gallant up next. Getting lots of heat in them tires. Getting a little bit of lift on the bike. 1.2 60 foot, if you keep it track. 1.22 at the 60 foot. The 8th mile was 153 miles an hour at 5.04. The top end was 197 miles an hour at 756. Up on his tech card, it says Blackbird is a world record holder at 715. Well, that was a 756 with a bit of a troubled launch. We're in for a good night. .1067, 133 the speed for Chris. Spectator lane. Tower lane went 119 miles an hour at 1181. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes. Attention in the pits, Sport Compact, your call to the lanes. Well, 1134 at 125 miles an hour. That's moving pretty good. 121 miles an hour in Tower Lane for Casey. 1165. Single bike, Tower Lane. Up next, Sport Compact class. Attention in the pits, Sport Compact. This is your call to the lanes. Darren Bowman, 1.5 to 60 foot. 8th mile was a 563 at 134 miles an hour. At the finish line, 136 miles an hour. 8.77 seconds. Let everybody know the concession stand is open. The pro shop is open. They've got tons of t-shirts left from the ET finals and the Jet Car weekend. Now, I checked earlier this evening when I first got in, and they only had 3 small t-shirts left. So if you wanted to get your kid a Smoke, Fire, and Thunder t-shirt for Christmas, there was 3 left at 5 o'clock, so hopefully they got one left for you. There's other collectible souvenirs in there as well. Cool stickers, Hot Wheels, die-cast models, t-shirts, hats, and bug spray. And a slushy machine. Huh, that was tough to say. So check that out, the pro shop and the concession stand located about mid-pit area on the tower side of the racetrack. All right, our first pair in Sport Compact. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. An Audi or a Porsche? Which vehicle are you buying next week? The Audi or the Porsche? Let's determine at the drag strip. Which one's going to win? Great opportunity for a grudge match. Over a full second advantage at the start line for the Porsche. Ran a 10:49 to a 10:66. And then you would add the reaction time to your run to determine your package. That's what they call a package in drag racing. It's your number, how close you ran to your projected number in the ET bracket racing series, and then your reaction time on top of it. And does it ever get competitive? Last weekend at the ET finals, where all the champions were racing off, reaction times were making a big difference. In the juniors, in the junior dragster class, 3 cars, reaction time and how far they were away from their number. Their whole entire package was 1/1000th of a second for one junior, 1/1000th for the other junior, and 2/1000ths of a second. Between the three cars, 4/1000ths of a second. That is some very stiff competition. The Bracket Racing Series is really cool, but you want to watch it from the finish line. At the start line, when we're bracket racing and the cars are dialed, one's quicker than the other, one leaves first, the handicap is taken out at the start line. So if you're ever watching a Bracket Racing Series, watch it from the finish. I was trying to see who won out of the juniors, but from the finish line, you just can't see 1/1000th of a second. Sam Wood and the Bug doing 117 miles an hour, 1083. Wow, that's a quick bug. 104 miles an hour. Spectator side of the racetrack doing 1360. Standby call for domestic class. Attention in the pits, final call for Sport Compact. Final call for Sport Compact. I'll do that one again. So that's somebody down in staging saying, hey, tell these guys to turn their air conditioners off. If you're racing tonight, your air conditioner should not be on. It should not have been on since the moment you paid. Please turn off your air conditioner as it dumps moisture on the racetrack, and nobody wants anything on the racetrack. So please turn off your air conditioners if you're racing. Last pair ran a 12:03 and a 14.22. So we're just talking about the air conditioners. That's what these guys are stuck doing there at the start line, cleaning up a little bit of water that spilled off one of the cars. So just a reminder, once again, if you're racing, please turn off your air conditioner. Well, it's a great night to be choosing your vehicle here at Mission Raceway Park. A lot of Porsches, a lot of Beamers and Audis. $11.39, 122 miles an hour for the 2023 Porsche. Spectator lane went 114.5 at 11.86. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you're called to 3 and 4. 3 and 4. Attention in the pits, domestic class, lanes 3 and 4. (1995) Toyota Supra. 1194, 121 miles per hour. Well, a Honda R. How fast is a Honda R? Well, that's a pretty quick Porsche. 1.6 to 60 foot for the Porsche, 2.4 60 foot for the Honda. Finish line, the Porsche was doing 134 miles per hour at 10.41 seconds. The Honda, not even 100. I know that Honda's got 100 in it. '21 Nissan GTR. Cool car, all-wheel drive. Zoom, zoom. And a '21 Toyota. Spectator side of the racetrack. I was not expecting such a close race out of these pair. Grace's Toyota is quick. 12:57. GTR went 11:25, 130 miles per hour. That was neat and nifty. Attention in the pits, domestic class. You've been called to the lanes 3 and 4. Well, quite a big difference in reaction time. Tyler Lane could really walk away with this one. 12:12 at 111 miles an hour. 11:10 was much quicker for ET, much faster at 128 miles an hour, but the reaction time went to the other driver, giving him a whole shot win. Always fun. That's a nice color, Tower Lane. Must have a special name. I'll say purple, but be interested to know what the actual color code is for that. And a beautiful blue in the other lane. Pair of Volkswagens. Good grudge match. Great opportunity for you and your kid to figure out who's doing the trimming on the lawn tomorrow. Now, if you happen to be here on a first date tonight, oh, that's awesome. Welcome to Mission Raceway Park. The person that brought you here tonight is an absolute keeper. They know where to go for the biggest value in town for entertainment. And check out all the families and all the cool people hanging out. These folks like to work on cars, and they are super talented, and they just know all the right stuff to do. So thanks for being here tonight. We hope to see you next year. 1279 Tower Lane, 105 miles an hour. 1417 at 102 miles an hour. So when you see the mile per hour on the reader board, for the first time race fans, that's kind of what means the most to you. 100 miles an hour means something. The elapsed time doesn't mean a whole bunch. First night you're hanging out at the racetrack. Well, your Class 5 driver's license allows you to go as fast as 10 seconds. If you were going to go any quicker than 10 seconds, you need an NHRA license. But to run 10 seconds, that's typically a very quick car. 9.28 yields 128 miles an hour. I'm sorry, 11:05 yields 128 miles an hour. 1271 got 107. So there's a real good video online introducing you to the Friday night, Saturday night Street Legal Drag Racing Series. It shows you all the steps from paying at the front gate, getting your vehicle through tech, staging in the staging lanes, making your way around the tower, going through the water box, staging your vehicle, and making a pass. Includes where to exit off the racetrack as well. We do want to remind everybody that the car in the left lane is going to get off the track first. The guy in the right lane has to yield to the left lane. Both vehicles turn left. So when you're in the right lane, you have to know where the other vehicle is before you turn left. Now, it was $10 for you to get in tonight as a spectator, but for $50, you can race your own car. I'm into it. For all the folks at the tailgate party, just to fill you in, I've got 2 absolutely full lanes of domestic cars still coming your way. Lots of domestics here this evening. 1220, 110 miles an hour for the Regal. And 111 miles an hour for the Blazer. Doing a 1218. Well, grudge match here. What do you think? The Hellcat or the pickup going to get to the finish line first? Huh. The person who picked the pickup truck gets that win. That was cool. 11:57 at 116 miles an hour, and even after a whole bunch of wheel spin, the Challenger ran at 12:29 at 122. Pair of pickups. An old Chevy, 1980, a C10. And a 2015 Ram. $1360 for the Ram, $1404 for that beautiful Chevy C10 pickup.
That's pretty good. He's burned out. I ran in his truck to the first pull.
Perfect.
So are you a Chevy fan or a Ford fan? Here's your chance for a great grudge match. A Corvette.
They're both Chevrolet.
Oh, it's a Chevy Camaro. I'm sorry. I thought it was a Mustang. My bad. All right, well, Corvette then. Corvette against the Camaro. It's close, but the Corvette with the win, 1123 to an 1182, 127 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, domestic class is going to be your final call to the lanes. Want to remind racers tonight that it's one pass per class call. Don't be trying to double hit. Big lineup, you think you could sneak in at the back. If we catch you, we end your racing for the rest of the night. So one hit per class call, please. That was a 1467 Tower Lane and a 1415 on the spectator side of the racetrack. Oh, cool matchup. Pair of 70 Dodges. Reaction time went to the Tower Lane. 60 foot went to the spectator side of the racetrack. Faster car gets to the finish line first with a 1279, 109 miles an hour, 92 miles an hour Tower side, doing a 1465. So the old muscle cars back when you were a kid in the 70s, they were running about 14 seconds for the most part. Pontiac taking on Dodge. Dodge gonna get the win light, looking like. 1338 turns the light green at 105 miles an hour.
Remember the old Ford Thunderbirds rock? They were the fastest thing known to man. And a buddy of mine had one and he got it and put it on the street. It's the fastest car I ever put in my mind. It went like 11 miles. Glass front end 427. Lightweight. You know.
Technology has just changed.
Sure was a cool street car. Real sleeper. Yeah. Well, not much because headers hung down below the oil pan, toss front ends going. Bunch of glass. High beam headlights were cut out. They just had mesh so that air induction.
Dustin. Tower Lane. 1161, 119 miles an hour. Jonathan, spectator side of the racetrack, ran a 14.80 at 94. Well, here's that Chevy Ford matchup I was talking about a few minutes ago. Actually is a Chevy and a Ford this time. Camaro getting a bit of wheel spin on the start line. But has a bit of torque. Ran 1417, 97 miles an hour. The Mustang was 102 miles an hour at 1406. Well, a C7 and a C6 Corvette. C6 Tower Lane. Well, looks like we're going to get a single pass for the 2015. $11.82, 117 miles an hour. $15.11 for that Corvette, doing 86 miles an hour. Seemed to be having a little trouble. Little SS Blazer. Jason McDonald out of Bellingham. Like to welcome all our American friends here tonight. Always great to see you up in the Great White North. 2024 C8 Corvette. Nice car. 1183, 116 miles per hour for the Corvette. The little Blazer ran 105 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 13.04. A little Cougar taking on a Camaro. The Mopac Performance Friday Night Street Legals. Both cars take off at the same time, a true grudge-style drag race here at Mission Raceway with a 4/10 tree, pro tree. So all three amber lights light up at the same time, then it goes green less than a half a second later. So you want to react on the three ambers. Don't wait for the green, you're waiting too long. What a cool old pickup truck. And fairly quick, 106 miles per hour. It takes a lot to go 100 miles an hour to the finish line. 13:34 was the elapsed time at that 106 miles per hour. The other lane went 14.63. Hey, listen up to this. We're going to have a burnout contest tonight at the end of racing. Right in front of the tower on the concrete pad, there's going to be a burnout contest. And if you'd like to enter, it's $25 to enter. $25 to enter the burnout contest. And winner takes all. So the entry fee goes to the winner. So if you'd like to enter the burnout contest, come up to the second floor of the timing tower. You can pay cash or debit. And it's $25 to enter the burnout contest at the end of the night. Well, the black car went a little bit too far. He's at the tree, but it's actually way back beside that big square box on the ground there. There we go. If you're racing for the first time at Mission Raceway Park, put an N with the number on your windshield, and then the starter will realize you're a new driver and will give you all kinds of help, as if he's on your crew. Like he's your start line crew, your very own Paula. That's a neat car, ain't it? Pickup truck goes 11:48 smokily across the finish line. We're gonna definitely go check that out. 13:37 for that cool old black car doing 110 miles per hour. Pretty cool. So the staging lanes are about, I would say another 15 of the domestic cars left. So tailgate party, we got just a slight little break as we check out the smoke. Well, that smoke also had some yucky stuff coming out the bottom of the truck, so we got to clean it up. So we have a cleanup going on right now. It's a great chance for you to check out the cool cars, grab something from the pro shop, something from the concession stand, make a new friend in the stands, and talk about drag racing. Another great chance to catch up on your reading. All of the signage you see at Mission Raceway Park is current sponsors. So as a race fan, you definitely want to pay forward. So take note of all of the signs here at Mission Raceway Park, like Factory Direct Tools. I meant to go there today. I got to go grab a special tarp. So I'm going to be going there tomorrow. It's pretty cool in there. They got all kinds of cool stuff to, like gold mining, tarps. They make signs for you. They make T-shirts. It's a really cool spot. Go check that out when you're in Mission next time. And Mission is a great place to live. You've seen all the development going on here at Mission, the big industrial area for your shop. At the top of Mission, all kinds of new places to pick up. Lots of townhouses, apartment buildings going up, and the Silverdale development in the next few years is going to explode. Lots of great opportunities. The 4-lane highway complete between here and Maple Ridge makes living in Mission even that much better. We've got the train that goes to downtown Vancouver every morning, multiple trains, and comes back at the end of the day. You don't even need to drive. Mission is a great place to live with the Fraser River in our backyard, Stave Lake, Harrison Lake, Sasquatch Mountain. Man, I've never lived in a better place, and I've lived in a few. So be sure to get a hold of RE/MAX Realty with more than 17 local teams to help you find exactly what you are looking for. So welcome to Mission Raceway Park, right in your backyard. And that is really cool. And a special feature is that Mission residents get in free for these races. The Street Legal Drag Racing Series is free to Mission residents. And this year we have to thank Mr. Lube and Tires. They sponsored that this year for the Mission residents. So if you live in Mission and you've gotten into the racing for free, be certain to go to Mr. Lube and Tires. They're right across from Rocco's Diner. Get your winter service taken care of and take a look at getting some winter tires as well. It's not too early. So big shout out to Mr. Lube and Tires and all the other sponsors you see here at Mission Raceway Park. Be sure to check them all out. So we got about a 15-minute break or so. I'm going to go out on a limb. Might be a little longer than that, but you definitely have a chance to stretch your legs, grab something to eat. Go find your favorite race car here tonight. And the Burnout contest. Here's a great chance for you to sign up for the Burnout contest. $25, winner takes all. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be holding that at the end of the night when the racing comes to an end. So a big shout out to everybody for being here tonight. Mission Raceway Park, always glad to see you hang out with us. For everybody listening online, a big shout out. And a special hello to my favorite racer, Vicky Strell. Vicky, we sure miss you, sweetheart. Big shout out to Vicky. And everybody sitting at home. Be certain to hit the like and subscribe on Lordco TV. Want to thank everybody for your patience as we clean up the racetrack at the far end. Just got a report from up there. It says it's going to be about another 10 or 15 minutes or so. So we appreciate all the support on the racetrack, all the hard work and staff out there. Thanks, safety crew. Greatly appreciated. And a big shout out to the fans for your patience as well. Back to it as quick as we can. So once again tonight, we've got a brand new class racing with us, a street grudge class. No time on the display, $150 to buy in. And I believe the winner takes it all or a good part of it. Go see James. He's located in the pits by the second tower with the big black dually if you'd like to enter your ride in the street grudge class here this evening. Last round we had 4 cars up. We hope to have more the next time around. Pretty cool. Thanks for your patience, everyone. Looks good down there. They just reported it should be about another 5 minutes or so. So things are going well on the cleanup, so we shouldn't be too long before we're back to racing. So don't go too far away from your race cars at this point. Currently running domestic class. Right near the end of the domestic class. And domestic class is going to be followed by junior street. So standby call going out to junior street. Once we wrap up the domestic class, junior street will be up next, followed by outlaw. After outlaw will be the second round for street grudge racing. Street grudge is followed by motorcycle and then sport compact. So right now we are in the finishing stages of the domestic class. So we're going to put the junior street class on standby. Now, if you're not familiar with junior street, I see beside the tower tonight the Big Brothers and Big Sisters Association. They're there tonight to answer any of your questions. Now, if you're a parent of a teenager and you're having a real struggle getting along, it's a really tough age, well, junior street might be the answer for you. Kids from 13 to 17 years old racing a street legal car to the 8th mile with their parent by their side. They have to qualify for a junior street license. They do that with the race director. And Friday Night Street Legals this summer, we've been hosting the Junior Street program as an introductory to you Friday night, Saturday night race fans. So a kid 13 years old to drive a Camaro, do a burnout, and drive it to the 8th mile. If you're not getting along with your 13-year-old, I absolutely know that would fix it. To have you and the 13-year-old working in the shop together on a race car to come out on the Friday nights and bracket weekends, that builds a lot of bonds. In fact, I know a racing family where the kid was 12 years old and they took a long box C10 and turned it into a short box C10, put a Corvette motor in it, and the kid's got a $60,000 truck that he built from 12 years old. Building some pretty big skills, some great, great skills. So a big shout out to everybody involved in the Junior Street program, and we're going to get an example of that class coming up after domestic class, which is in the lanes right now. So stay tuned. Junior Street coming up in just a few minutes right after domestics. Well, we are getting back to racing. Looks like the top end is all cleaned up. They're just pulling the equipment off the racetrack. They've told the start line to get ready to fire the cars up and start sending them up lane. Farmer lane, that is. Right, tailgate party, top end of the racetrack, spectator side of the racetrack. You guys are looking awesome. And if you want to hear us any better, you can tune us in on the FM dial at 92.7. Just to let you know, we're pulling the cars into the water box, so here they come. First pairing, a bow tie and a blue oval. It's a little grudge match. Who's going to win this one? The Ford or the Chevrolet? Well, the Ford left first, stayed up front the entire way, went 1249 to a 1280. 115 miles an hour to the Chevys, 108 miles an hour. Here we go, blue oval, bow tie once again, blue oval tower lane. A red Mustang from 06, taking on a 1980 Malibu. You were thinking Ford, I know you were. That Malibu is pretty quick. 1228 quick, 109 miles per hour. The Mustang 103 at 13.78 elapsed time. Mustang Cobra. A little S10 pickup. It says Dakota pickup. 1390 for Carl, Tower Lane, and a 1556 for the 95 Dakota. Well, if you haven't been to a racetrack in about 30 or so years, it used to be the Pintos and the Vegas that were popular. Well, nowadays, it's this little C10 pickup or the little S10 pickup and little S10 Blazers. Danny out of Kelowna with the little red pickup truck. Runs at 1352 at 110 miles per hour. Richard Trimble ran at 1247 at 113.92 miles per hour. So, an 02 Infiniti racing a 1964 GTO. Wonder if the original owner of that GTO would have figured this thing would still be racing in 2025. 1393 for that old GTO, doing 93 miles an hour to 98 miles an hour for the Infiniti, which crossed the finish line at 14.15 seconds. Delicious hot food available for you at the concession stand with the walking tacos. The chicken fingers, the fries, and burgers as well. Go grab something to eat at the concession stand. Pop across to the pro shop, grab yourself a slushie and some cool t-shirts and hats and die-cast models. Lots of souvenirs. In fact, get all your Christmas shopping done tonight at Mission Raceway Park. Finish line, 115 miles an hour, 11.62 on the spectator side of the racetrack. Tower Lane was doing 113 miles an hour with a 12.7 second run. Cool old Trans Am. Taking on a Camaro. Both from relatively close to each other. One's an 81 Trans Am and an 83 Camaro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits. Junior Street, this is your call to the lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for Outlaw. Standby call for Outlaw. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, you've been called to the lanes 5 and 6. The wind light on 11:55 at 119 miles an hour. For Chris Timms, Tower Lane, Matt, Spectator Lane was doing 114 miles an hour at 12.74. Junior Street, you have been called to the lanes, and a standby call has been put for Outlaw. Well, that was a short standby call for Outlaw. We're going to put you to lanes 2 and 3. Attention in the pits, Outlaw class. You're called to the lanes. Cars running on slicks. The big bad Outlaws. We're going to take you to lanes 2 and 3. And standby call goes out to the new class running tonight, Street Grudge. Standby.
I love it.
Attention in the pits, Outlaw. You've been called to the lanes. $13.92, 107 miles an hour for the wind light for Jennifer. Jonathan ran a 1480 on the spectator side of the racetrack. So now if you're pitted with this race truck sitting in the spectator side of the racetrack, the big white truck, if you know this person, can you please tell them that we need the numbers on the side of the truck, written on the window and on the windshield. And if it looked as good as that 68A, that would be spectacular. It's really easy to read the 68A from the tower. The pickup truck, not so easy. So make the numbers very legible for the people in the tower so they can enter the proper information. That would be great. Losing traction with the pickup, getting a little smoke off the tires. Now, if you want to get some smoke off your tires, oh, what a great night. We're having a burnout contest here at Mission Raceway Park tonight. At the end of racing, it's $25 to enter. Come up to the second floor of the timing tower to get yourself entered. Winner take all. And it's going to be based on noise and participation by the crowd. So if you want to do a burnout, oh man, you don't even have to be racing tonight to do it. Sign up in the second floor of the timing tower, $25 to enter. Winner take all. Burnout contest at the end of the night. That's a nice sounding Mustang. "112 miles per hour, 12.26 seconds. Well, that's a beautiful black pickup truck, Tower Lane. And we're running Junior Street. So Junior Street is running right now. They run to the 8th mile, so that the end of the bleachers. These kids, 13 to 17 years old, riding with their parents in the passenger seat. Once they get off the racetrack, the parent takes over to drive back to the pits. If you're not getting along with your 13-year-old, this would definitely fix it. 11:06 to an 11:12. Reaction time went to Taylor, Tower Lane, which was .05. When they're racing on a weekend, they ladder based on reaction time. So that's a pretty good run. Best reaction time so far for Taylor. Little Blazer racing a pickup truck, Silverado. Jackson and Josephine. Josephine first. Ran a 979 at 73 miles per hour to a 1085. So now in a bracket racing series, what they do is they run a couple of laps, they figure out what the vehicle will run, then they write that number on the windshield. The slower car takes off first from the start line, relieving the handicap so that the finish line, they should be side by side. So we'll try to keep track of the ETs for the junior streets tonight, and we'll let you know how they're doing as we roll forward. That's it for Junior Street. Up next, Outlaw Class. Tailgate party. Spectator side of the racetrack. We're lining up the Outlaws. So here they come. Don't be worried. I didn't say in-laws. I said outlaws. The in-laws have left for the summer, so you are totally in the clear. Outlaw Class coming up next. Typical, just ahead of Outlaw, the start line crew putting a little bit of time to make the start line even stickier for the cars running on slicks. So there's a little bit of a track prep ahead of the Outlaw Class. And we have put the Street Grudge Class on standby. So routine spot here at Mission Raceway for the Friday night, Saturday night street legal drag racing series is right around this time. We like to welcome our veterans, salute our veterans, and thank you for your service. Make sure when you meet a veteran that you say thank you. Our freedoms that we have right now are maintained by our military. My niece Terry has recently deployed. So she is top of mind and top of heart right now. So if you're overseas and you're listening to Mission Raceway on Lordco TV, just want you to know we're really thinking about you and sending our love and best wishes. and support to all your family and friends that are worried about you right now. So for all the veterans here tonight at Mission Raceway Park, thank you for your service. Well, thanks for your patience as we get the start line just absolutely perfect for the Outlaw class coming up in just a couple of moments. It's going real good down there, and it just be a few more minutes. Thanks for your patience. It'll be worthwhile. We are sure proud of our start line crew and our safety crew. What a bunch of hard working folks. Man, if you're looking for somebody to hire as an apprentice or somebody for your business, I would hit up any one of these start line kids. Hard workers. Oh, you can have them during the week. We just need them on the weekend.
If you're willing to work around our schedule.
Yeah, you got to work around our schedule. Hard working kids. Pretty proud of them. Thanks for all your hard work, guys. You're killing it. All right, they've called the cars around the tower. So tailgate party, spectator side of the racetrack, we're going to fire them up right now. We're going to do a single tower lane. Ivan's coming down first. Attention in the pits, outlaw class. You should be sitting in the staging lanes. If you missed the call, this is your last chance. Well, he's sitting there running. You're just waiting to call him up. Just a moment or two away from racing. All right, bring him. Here we go. Single tower side. Quick Mustang, parachute on the back. You know this is going to go great. Ivan out of Surrey, BC. Calls the car Drago. Top bulb. Second bulb, he's staged. Eighth mile was 139 miles per hour at 525. Top end was 179 miles an hour with an 805. Travis Bouchard, 2018 Challenger. And Adam Blender with the 2018 Audi. $129 miles an hour with a 1079 for Travis. The 872 at 163 miles an hour, not good enough to catch him because the Audi sat on the start line for 3 full seconds. Another parachuted Mustang, Tower Lane, Josh Hendrick. Getting it spooled up. A 1.3 360 foot. That's great. Eighth mile was 117 miles an hour with a 596. Top end 146 miles an hour at 9.29. Dorian not getting numbers, messed up on the tree. Spectator side of the racetrack, no numbers. 1979 Fairmont and a 68 Dodge. Cool matchup. That's a cool little Fairmont, launched with the front wheel off the ground. Cool. 60 foot, 1.3. That's a quick car. 130 at the 8th mile. No, 113 at the 8th mile at 6:07. The 68 Dodge ran a 95 mile an hour pass at 10:84.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, definitely what separates us from all the other car shows is these cool hot rods actually race down the track. A 67 and a 1960 Chevrolet. An Apache pickup truck, Andy Fisher. That's a cool pickup. 101 miles an hour, 11.67 seconds. And Mike Ledger ran 116 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 11.68. I didn't see that coming. 143 miles an hour for the Audi. 9.67. Wow, that's incredible. Ray went 126 miles an hour, 11.21 for the Mustang. Man, that was a quick Audi. 2008 Corvette out of Edmonton, Justin Gill. Lucas Taggart gets away first by 0.4 of a second on the start line. Man, what a torquey little Plymouth. 11:59 to an 11:10 from the Corvette. Corvette caught him just at the finish. That was neat. Pair of Dodges. Challenger Shaker Tower Lane. 2019 with a 392 Hemi. 2022 Dodge. AJ Sandu, spectator side of the racetrack. Clayton gets away first. Tower Lane. A little quicker to the 60 foot with a 1.7 to AJ's 1.8. Finish line 11:86, 117 miles an hour. Taylor Lane or Tower Lane for Clayton. And AJ ran 12:46, 111.52. A 1937 Chevrolet with a 502 big block. Steak Spice Kona Performance Mustang, a little slow on the start line. Ran a 10:15, which was quicker than 11:04. Doing 145 miles an hour for the Mustang, 121 for the old Chevy. Reaction time being the big difference. So the slower old Chevy getting there first on a whole shot win. A Cougar and a Corvette. Usually you find a Corvette with a Cougar. But here we go. Corvette getting there first. 117 miles an hour. No, I'm sorry. 125 miles an hour at 10.66. The Cougar ran 11:36, 121 miles per hour. Well, if you like Corvettes like me, I love Corvettes. I really want someone to buy me one, but that's not working out very well for me. But next Friday night, Street Legals features the Corvette Club. So if you like Corvettes like me, next Friday night, Street Legals featuring the Corvette Club, I believe of BC. It should be pretty cool. Well, if that Honda would have had it all together from the start line, we'd see something even bigger than this. But look at that. 10.83, 151 miles an hour. That little Honda was doing 116 at the end of the bleachers at the 8th mile. Wow. The 72 Buick ran 117 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 11.85. Here's that quick Volkswagen Bug again, racing against a 1978 Corvette. 10:32 for the Vet, 12:53 for the little Volkswagen, doing 118 miles an hour. Wow, Herbie's not messing around. 133 miles an hour for the Corvette. The last Friday night, Street Legals got rained out, and it was pretty sad because that was supposed to be the Volkswagen Club. Once a year, the Volkswagen Club holds a big event, and they have it all over the Lower Mainland, a car show, and then they end up at the Friday night Street Legals for a big match off at the drag strip. So we really, really missed out on that one. 12:62 for Warren Jacobson. 104 miles an hour tower lane with the 67 Chevy 2. The 03 S10, a little bit of a trouble pass. Attention in the pits, Street Grudge. Street Grudge will take you to the lanes. Attention in the pits, Street Grudge, no time. Taking you to the lanes. Attention in the pits, Street Grudge, this is your call to the lanes and standby call for the two-wheelers. Attention in the pits, Street Grudge, your call to the lanes. Attention in the pits, Street Grudge, your call to the lanes. Street Grudge, your call to the lanes. So Y606 goes 1021, 128 miles per hour. Miguel went 107 at 12:51. Attention in the pits, Street Grudge, your call to the lane, standby call for the two-wheelers. Attention in the pits, Street Grudge, your call to the lanes. That's a 1969 Mach 1. Cool car, 1108, 120 miles per hour. The 08 Mustang ran 123 miles an hour, 11.26 ET. Attention in the pits, Street Grudge to the lanes. Street Grudge to the lanes. 147 miles an hour with a 9.44. Street grudge, you should be in the lanes. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle, 5 and 6. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle, you've been called to the lanes, lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycle, lanes 5 and 6. Right now, we're just doing a little test pass. And then we're heading right into the street grudge, no time race that we're holding tonight. Brand new group of cars coming in and racing on the Street Legal Drag Racing Series. We're real proud to have them here tonight. Be sure you go tell all those street grudge racers how proud you are of them for racing on the track and not racing on the street. Pretty cool. If you work in law enforcement, remember Mission Raceway Park, when you pull some kid over or somebody horsing around on the street, just point out the Friday night street legals to them. If they want to come and have their fun, they can have it here in a legal way. Man, we'd love to see more and more police officers promote the track instead of getting in trouble for people. That would be pretty cool. We have road racing as well. If you prefer to road race instead of drag race, we got it all open to the public in the Street Legal Series. Pretty cool. Thanks to all our sponsors and everybody involved in helping keep the streets safer. Never horse around on the street. All right, no number, no time on the reader board. $150 to enter tonight. Winner take all. Racing to the 8th mile. Although it's our introduction to these folks, we're going to see them a lot more next year. Black car up front. Jeff Peters. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, you should be in the lanes. Wow, what a pickup. Malibu gets some heat in the tires. Pick up at the finish line. And that was it for the street grudge matchup. Up next, motorcycle class. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact to lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact. You're called to the lanes 1 and 2. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes lanes 1 and 2. Standby call going out for the class following Sport Compact. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes 1 and 2. Well, Blackbird's world record holder, 7:15, 200 miles per hour. This bike went about a 7:30 on the last pass. This is going to be good. Hold on tight, everybody. Tailgate party, here comes a very quick motorcycle. .32 to the 60-foot. 157 at half track, 745 top end, 195 miles an hour. Moving on two wheels. Martin on Pamela. Spectator side of the racetrack. .8 60-foot. 8th mile, 118 miles an hour with a 6.6 top end, 145.96 at 9.87 seconds. Chris Rattle, 1.7 60-foot. 8th mile, 111, 6.68 top end, 1019, 138.8 miles per hour. These two guys actually neighbors, live right beside each other. Darren Bowman and Lee Gallant. Grudge match between neighbors. Lee had the better reaction time. Darren had the better 60-foot and stayed up front the entire time. Went 840 at 167 miles an hour. Lee Gallant, he's a retired iron worker that went 152 miles an hour at 9.18 seconds. I hope racing motorcycle is part of your retirement plan. Non-extended swing arms on these bikes, so a little softer on the 60-foot launch, both over 2 seconds for that part of the race. 101 and 103 at half track, top end, 124 miles an hour for the tower lane, 128 for the spectator lane, which ran a winning 11:45. 122 miles an hour, spectator side, 121 on the tower lane, with a 12:32 to an 11:56 for the win. Attention, racers, still racing. It's time for you to run with your headlights on. Please turn on your headlights while racing. Ken Christensen and Paul Sadar. 982 for Paul at 141 miles an hour. School teacher Ken ran 142 at 10.30. And that was it for motorcycle. Now we're racing sport compact. And there are some quick sport compacts here tonight. $126 miles an hour, tower lane, wind light 11.62. 127 miles an hour for Felix, ran at 12:19 with that V-dub. Beautiful little Porsche, 2023. Talking about the blue one. Also beautiful, the 2021 Porsche 911. On the spectator side of the racetrack, great opportunity for a grudge match. Which one's going to win, the blue one or the gray one? The gray one was twice as quick in reaction time. 10:51, slower car. 10:41 was the quicker car, but reaction time being the difference, giving Doug Reddycop a win light with a 10:51 at 132. A 22 Golf R and a Porsche. Well, the reaction time definitely goes to the Porsche. 1164 the ET for the Porsche at 124. 1181 for the V-dub Golf R at 113. "15 seconds at 94 miles per hour for the Honda. Car in the tower lane ran 91 miles an hour at 15.84. There's an example of a slower pair of cars. But those racers still having as much fun as the fastest cars here tonight. So for the next Friday Night Street Legals, instead of paying $10 to just watch, pay $50 and go racing. Those pair proved you don't have to be quick to have fun. $13.97 for the win light. The 2009 Caliber showing us another slow ride at 17.34. So nothing stopping you from racing with us at the next Friday Night Street Legals. Nothing. $102 miles an hour, 13.61. Gets the win light. 13.53 at 110 for the tower lane. 23 Elantra gets away first. Spratley ran a 13:43. Trevor did 105 miles an hour with the Elantra. Matt Perry ran a 121 mile an hour pass at 15.59. Hundred 24 miles an hour, 1073 gets the win light.
See
130 miles an hour, 10.55 for Ryan Baines. Wow, that thing's moving. Mitch McCartney ran 18.88 seconds. Well, spectator lane with the win light, 12:46. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Domestic class. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. All 4 lanes this time. Load up lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for domestic class. Attention in the pits. Domestic class, you are called to the lanes. Lanes 1 through 4. Yeah, domestic class, you've been called. Called to the lanes 1 through 4. 1172 got the win light at 115 miles per hour. Attention in the pits. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes. Lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. There's a lot of domestic cars here tonight. The class after domestic class will be Junior Street. But it's going to be a few minutes before you get called out, just giving you a heads up. Final pairing in Sport Compact, a pair of VWs. Gorgeous cars. Golf R's. (107) Spectator lane, 104 Tower lane. Up next, domestic class. (128 miles an hour got the wind light turned on at 10.89 ET. 1226 Tower Lane, 114 miles an hour for the win. 109 miles an hour for Charlie. Spectator lane doing 12.32. Nissan GTR out of Maple Ridge, Nathan Vrend. Wow, 104 at the 8th mile. Running a 7.23. And at the finish line, 10.96 at 130 miles an hour. Ethan Barkley, Okotoks, Alberta. $132 miles an hour, 10.76. And that was actually the end of the Sport Compact class. Now we're moving into domestics. Dean Doucette with a 64 GTO. Cool car. Morgan Brandt out of Vancouver, BC with a 2002 Infiniti. We'll do that. Ahead of stage and asking me to remind you folks about turning your headlights on. So if you're still racing, please run with your headlights. Headlights on for racing, please. Kyle Murphy's 2017 Chevy pickup truck. Cool truck. Man, that's gorgeous. Jason McDonald with an 06 Chevy. We're pretty close at the top end, but the 17 gets the win. 2017 Chevy ran 14:11 at 100.96. The 06 Chevy ran 104 miles an hour at 13.92. It was quicker, but reaction time for the 17 Chevy pickup truck yields him the green win at the top end. I'll have to say the Troy Black had the best reaction time I've seen so far tonight with .04. That's pretty good. 12:01 still wins over a 1472, even with the start line advantage. 2018 Dodge went 122 miles an hour on the spectator side of the racetrack. Mustang, and Corvette. Now, as we try to read the numbers on the side of that Corvette, it's impossible to see them. We have to get support from the start line crew. So you can tell the guy driving this Corvette when he gets back to the pits that we need the numbers written on the side driver's window so he can read it from the tower. That would be helpful. '09, I believe that's a Z06. Chris Butler. Nice Corvette. 11:35 at 128 miles an hour. Jonathan ran a 94 mile an hour pass at 14.82 in the spectator side of the racetrack. So if you're taking off for the night, we do appreciate you coming out and hanging out with us tonight. But we ask that you leave the racetrack in a very courteous, quiet, and civilized manner. A lot of effort goes into keeping this track with a good reputation, keeping people from racing on the street by racing on the track. So when you leave making a bunch of noise, it's not cool. So please leave in a very courteous manner and drive safe going home. .40, 114 miles an hour, Tower Lane. So folks, we're having a burnout contest here tonight at the end of racing. If you're interested in burning off a set of tires, we're gonna hold a burnout contest right in front of the tower on the concrete pad. It's $25 to enter, and winner takes all. If you'd like to enter in a burnout contest tonight, head up to the second floor of the timing tower. You can pay cash or debit. South Down Garage on YouTube. Kurt Northup out of Chilliwack with a 20 Ford. Tower Lane. Ken Ritchie with an 85 Blazer. 383 stroker. Seems that the Blazer's having a little bit of trouble out there. And the 24 goes 12.83 at 111 miles an hour. Just waiting for the Blazer at the top end. Well, the Corvette gets away first. He's maintaining the lead to the top end of the racetrack. 12.62 for the win over a 13.64. Corvette was doing 113.87 miles an hour. The 2015 Dodge pickup truck was doing 97 miles an hour at the top end. Pretty close at the top end. The win goes to the Regal, 12:23 to an 11:52. Reaction time was 0.8 of a second advantage for the Regal. The Jeep just couldn't catch him. 1981 GMC with a 293 and a Mustang from 1990 on the spectator side of the racetrack. Reaction time went to the pickup truck, but quicker is the Mustang to the finish with a 12:30, 113 miles an hour. Gorgeous 1980 C10. Jeremy Van Drager and Ben Mitchell. The big pickup, diesel. Oh, losing a bit of traction there, Jeremy. Wow, that big pickup truck, that massive diesel, went 116 miles an hour with an 1154. Cool.
It's electric.
1151. Turn at 1357. The 1941 Fargo. That's cool. Kevin Lepp in the old Fargo. Pretty close matchup, but Carl Hosberger goes 1287 for the win late. The old Fargo went 1342, but at 106 miles an hour. That's a lot of weight to be doing 106 and a quarter. Nice looking Dodges. Well, that's a bit of a surprise to see the big pickup beat the Dodge car from 1970. Went 1451 for the win. The car went 1469. '80 Malibu, 2009 Challenger, 1980 Malibu with the win, 1232 at 110. The Challenger, Allen, ran 109 miles an hour at 13.00. Tyson Lowe, 84 Camaro, gets away first. But Kevin catches him at the finish line with an 11:59 to a 12:55. Well, the Dodge taking care of the bow tie on this run. 107, 1303 for the win. The bow tie ran 91 miles an hour at 12.88. Want to remind all racers, everybody at Mission Raceway Park, the speed limit is 10 kilometers an hour. That includes the return road. We're getting reports from the ET Shack of some people driving very quickly along the return road. Reminder to all racers, the return road is 10 kilometers an hour. That's literally your foot over the brake at all times. 10 kilometers an hour everywhere at Mission Raceway Park except for Farmer Lane. Farmer Lane, we encourage you to go much quicker. The return road is 10 kilometers an hour. Please slow down. $119 miles an hour for an F350, doing 11.39 seconds. That's pretty torquey. 105 miles an hour for Jason Gray, doing 13.55 with the 2016 Ford Mustang, spectator side of the racetrack. You're running out of time to register for the Burnout contest. Burnout contest at the end of racing tonight. It's a $25 entry fee. Winner takes all. So please make your way up to the second floor of the timing tower and get yourself entered as quickly as possible. It's $25 cash and or Interact. $12.37 for the win light, $15.03 for Noah Weeb, doing 92 miles an hour.
I see.
2025 Chevy Corvette, Brad Reddycop out of Abbotsford. Racing a Camaro, Chase, Cranmore, spectator lane. The Corvette was doing 103 at the 8th mile with a 692. Crazy. 1073 at the top end, 129 miles an hour. Cool. 116 miles an hour for Chase, doing 1189 across the reader board. Wind light, 1224, 113 miles an hour. Matt Tower Lane ran 83 miles an hour at 13.83. Attention in the pits, Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits, Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for Outlaw. Standby call. 2015 Corvette LS ran 1268 for Tim Wong, 118 miles an hour. The 06 Ford ran 104 miles an hour at 13.87 seconds. A 1965 Falcon. Cale Witzke, 111 miles an hour, 1271. 1226 beats him though. That was in the Tower Lane doing 117 miles an hour. So for the folks sitting at the tailgate party on the top end of the racetrack spectator side, we've got about 6 more domestic cars. And then they're going to be followed by Junior Street coming up next. 1325, 107 miles per hour.
Hold on, let me see if I can fix it. He's our famous one. Leave him alone. Hold on.
Single pass does 1230, 117 miles per hour.
Oh, would it be other properties?
Well, if you're new to Mission, welcome to Mission Raceway Park. A great place to hang out. Make lots of new friends here, waving at everybody. It's so cool. Thanks for hanging out with us, you guys. We're doing it again next Friday, and it's the Corvette Club. That's going to be great. Maybe I'll have to get my friend to bring out his new Corvette. Yeah, if you're new to town and you don't know anybody, you hang out at the Friday Night Street Legals, sitting at the tailgate party in the back of your pickup truck. You start to recognize people after a few weekends, and if you start hanging out for the bracket series or the Friday Night Street Legals before long, you're starting to make all kinds of friends. It's pretty cool. I've been here for 14 years, and man, I've made so many good friends. I just love you guys so much. Thanks for hanging out with us at the Friday Night Street Legals. Nothing like it. Great opportunity for you to make all kinds of new friends. And in fact, you could start racing yourself. It's only $50 to register your car. Wind light, Tower Lane, 103 miles an hour, 13.79 seconds for Jennifer. And Danny went 112 miles an hour with the S10, doing 12.59 seconds.
You want a highlighter too? Would that help?
Attention in the pits, outlaw lanes 1 and 2, outlaw class lanes 1 and 2. Gurdjieff, that 10 Chevy sounds great. What a great sounding ride. 1390 at 110 miles an hour. A nice sound to that one. Our last pair for domestic class. Little pickup truck taking on a Charger. Pickup going to get there first in the spectator lane, doing 1416 for the win, 98 miles an hour. The Dodge was doing 91.06. And now we're heading into Junior Street. Junior Street runs to the 8th mile. These kids 13 to 17 years old, racing with their parents sitting beside them right now. You want to get along with your teenager? Here's a great way to do that. I know my kid, when he was younger, we didn't get along too good, but whenever I would offer to take him out driving at Stave Lake, he would totally change tunes. Totally in a good mood. Totally loved his dad again. Getting your kid driving at an early age, that's pretty cool. Giving them lots of skill for later in life. Reaction time, 0.08, 0.06. Some of the best reaction times we've seen tonight so far. 986 for Josephine Smith. And 1095 for the Tower Lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw, you should be in the lanes 1 and 2. And after Outlaw, standby call going out for that new group, the Street Grudge. Red light reaction time for Jackson. Would have been disqualified if we were actually racing. But we're just having fun. Ran 10:89, 63 miles an hour to the 8th mile. Our last pairing in Junior Street. Lyndon Reynolds, Aylin Dalla. Aylin Tower Lane with a 15 Acura. Red light reaction time, Tower Lane, indicated by a little negative dash in front of the number on the tree. Ran 9.88, 73 miles an hour. Lyndon ran 11.11 for the win at 66 miles an hour. The win light indicated because of the red light reaction time by the previous driver. So right now, a little bit of track prep going on, but I got a new thing we're doing on the Friday Night Street Legals. We're doing a little racer spotlight. So tonight's spotlight racer is Lee Gallant. How you doing, Lee?
I'm doing pretty good.
Man, sure glad to see you up in the tower, buddy.
Yeah, I know. Well, I wanted to get up here and spread the word about that Bowman guy.
That Bowman guy, your neighbor.
He's my neighbor. He is so noisy. You know, he drives a Kawasaki, and I think he gets up at 3 o'clock in the morning just to see if the damn thing will start.
He's just checking on his neighbor.
Yeah, well, and he's making lots of noise. So that's my bone to pick with him tonight.
Yeah, well, Lee, you know, a lot of the racers in motorcycle class, they look up to you so much. You're an outstanding character in this class of racing, and you've been here for a long time. You've made a lot of guys happy. You put so many smiles on so many places, so many faces. Buddy, how long you been racing with us at Mission Raceway?
For 27 years now. I started when I'm 50, and I'm 77 now, so.
Wow,
I
77.
got to make it till 80. So after 80, you're not going to see me here.
Well, you're racing 77 years old on a Hayabusa.
Yes, and turboed.
Turboed Hayabusa. Man, we're so proud of you, Lee.
Yeah.
You're such a special guy. We love you, man.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty good place to hang out. But I got one more bone to pick.
Uh-oh.
That Asubini guy. I'm after his butt tonight. So, Stevie, if you hear this, you better try and get that bike ready to rock, because I'm coming for you.
All right, go get him, Lee. Well, thanks for coming up tonight,
Yeah,
buddy.
thank you. It's a wonderful place to come.
I love you, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for hanging out, Lee.
You betcha.
That was awesome. Lee Gallant, 77-year-old retired iron worker racing a turbocharged Hayabusa. What's your retirement plan? I think it needs to include a Hayabusa. Yeah. Thanks, Lee. We'll be back to racing in just a couple of minutes. A bit of track prep just ahead of the Outlaws. And then we're going to be featuring that new class tonight, the Street Grudge. No Time. Coming up right after Outlaw. Thanks for being here, everybody. Now, if you are leaving the facility tonight, special request. You got to leave in a very quiet and courteous manner. When we're leaving at the end of the night, we hear somebody horsing up the highway, it really breaks our heart. A lot of effort goes into the Friday night street legals, so show a little respect to us, to our neighbors, and to the community at large. Drive safe on the streets. If you want to drive fast, next Friday night, the street legals again featuring the Corvette Club and you for the very first time. Look forward to seeing you racing. Back to racing in just a couple of minutes. Start line crew says we are good to go. Outlaw coming your way. Up first, Drago. Top bulb. Fully staged. Whoa, getting a little squirrely at the 60 foot. 1.3 to the 60 foot, a little bit of spin. Just coasting to the finish. Couple fast outlaws coming your way. Tailgate party, get ready. Bobby Ehlers, 1.3 to 60 foot, 07 reaction time. That's pretty cool. He went 6:05 to the 8th mile at 114, and at the finish line, 9.48, 142 miles an hour, 134 Tower Lane at 11:59. Spectator lane away with about a 2-second advantage on the start line. Went 10:63 with the win, beating the faster car at 10:18 because of the Holshaw win. Better reaction time. (2018) Audi, Adam Blender, Tower Lane, all-wheel drive. Van City Audi YouTube channel. Reader performance. And a 69 Super B. Like the Roadrunner, Super B taken right off. Getting a nice reaction time. It was 120 at 11:09, but the 876 by the Audi at 163 caught him. Caught him good. Real good. It's not the Burnout contest quite yet, but that was cool. Gorgeous pairing. 1960 Chevy with a 468 under the hood, an Apache, and a 68 Dodge. Cool pair. Fully staged. Apache away first, but that Dodge is moving. Woo, close race, top end. The Apache with the win, 1166 to a 1235. Man, that was cool. Although the 68 Dodge was slowing down quite a bit at the top end, it was only 74 miles an hour. (1972) Chevelle 408 LS, 2014 Mustang out of Langley. Jordan Surgis and Walter Johnson. Wow, 146, 9.98 for Steak Spice Kona Performance Mustang. That thing was moving. 1270 for the Chevelle, doing 74 at the top. 89 at the 8th, slowing down as well at the top end. Attention in the pits, Street Grudge, you're called to the lanes. Street Grudge, you're called to the lanes. Attention in the pits, Street Grudge, you've been called to the lanes. And standby call for the two-wheelers. Attention in the pits, Street Grudge, you're called to the lanes. Street Grudge, you're called to the lanes. Standby call for the two-wheels. Justin Gill out of Edmonton with that 08 Corvette. Craig Coca. 66 Chevy 2. Gets away first. Oh, Corvette caught him by the finish. 11:04 at 130. The Chevy 2 ran 112 miles an hour within a lapse time of 11:79. AJ Sandu and Clayton Schultz, pair of Dodge Challengers. '19, 2019 Tower Lane wins 1183 to a 1237. Now a pair of Mustangs up next. Street Grudge, you've been called to the lanes, and a big hats off to you guys tonight for being here with us. Very proud of you. Oh, the Roush Corvette having a struggle with traction. Yasugi Don ran 121 miles an hour for the win. Now, if we're going to say grudge match, what are you going to pick, the little Honda or the big Camaro? he didn't have 4 seconds to give up. $12.44 for the Chevy, $10.95 for the Honda. But the Chevy wins. Reaction time. Hole shot. 1937 Chevy. Torchman Rod and Custom Club. Racing against a 69 Mach 1. The Mach 1's got the finish at 11:08. Reaction time went to the 37 Chevy. It's twice as quick on the tree, but substantially slower at the finish. It's a tight race at the top end. Cougar kind of had a lead, but the Corvette gets him in the end. 11:46 to an 11:92. Attention in the pits, motorcycle lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits, motorcycle lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycle, you've been called to lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycle lanes 5 and 6. Single pass Tower Lane. Nice sounding car. 60 foot 1.4. Eighth mile was 118 miles an hour at 6.11. That's moving. 942 top end, 147 miles an hour. Every weekend coming up between now and the start of October, we've got drag racing going on. Every weekend. Up next, Street Grudge. No time. Running to the 8th mile. All right, it's up to you guys at the finish line, the 8th mile, to watch who gets there first. No time. That is a cool truck. All right, back to motorcycle class. And standby call for Sport Compact. Sport Compact, lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact, lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact, lanes 1 and 2.
I wasn't on the radio.
1082, 136 miles an hour. Chris Rathy. Ken Christensen goes 134, 11.06. Martin Miller up next. Oh, Martin shutting down at the top end there a little bit. 1360, maybe I'm having a little bit of trouble with Pamela. Pamela. Siva Benusi. Abusini. 03 Honda CBR 1100. Blackbird world record holder 715, 200 miles an hour. It's been as fast as 196 tonight. Quick bike, Tower Lane, doing a single. Nice launch, 1.28 to 60 foot, 158 miles an hour at the end of the bleachers at the 8th mile with a 486. Top end, 195 miles an hour with a 734. Up next, Legal Ant, the 77-year-old iron worker you heard calling out Darren Bowman in the other lane, his neighbor. Here we go. Legal Ant taking on his noisy neighbor. Bowman getting a little wheelie there, about 300 feet. Stayed ahead of lead, goes 848, 171 miles an hour. He's going to love that pass. 150 for Legal Ant, doing 925. Darren got him. Rick Thiessen, 2018 Ducati. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact, you should be in the lanes. Sport Compact, you should be in the lanes. $11.42 top end, 124 miles an hour for Rick. That's it for motorcycle. Up next, Sport Compact. Really quick golf. Tower Lane doing 11:24 at 129 miles an hour. 131 miles an hour at 11:31 for Felix in the 90 VW. 2018 Golf R and a 23 Porsche. Porsche wins 134 miles an hour, 10.26. The Golf R ran 115 miles an hour at 11.60. Spectator lane getting the win light. 1295, 112 miles an hour. The Subaru
Oh, we're good.
doing 1659 at 89 miles an hour. $14.98, 94 miles an hour. Nice sounding Audi. Ran 1076, 130 miles an hour. That's cool. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you're called to the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. Matt Perry goes 1162, 122 miles an hour. And Mitch ran 18.40. Spectator side of the track. Nice sounding ride, that Nissan GTR. 102 at half track with a 744. Finish line was 11:23, 129 miles an hour. All-wheel drive. That's so cool. 101 miles an hour for Matthew. In the TCS lane, doing 13.93. Another very quick Toyota Supra coming your way, Tower Lane. $136 miles an hour at 11.15. That thing's moving. 1340 at 110 for Taylor with the 04 Dodge SRT.
Number 4.
'Spectator lane gets the green light, 1186, 113 miles an hour. 107 at 1364 Tower Lane. Green light, spectator lane, 1083 at 128 miles an hour, 107 at 1242 Tower Lane. So the Burnout contest coming up tonight. Be sure to get yourself entered. You don't want to leave early tonight. You want to stick out for the Burnout contest. At least one more full rotation before we get to the Burnout contest. But we're getting close, so be sure to get entered in the second floor of the timing tower. Pay $25 cash and or interact. Winner takes all. $12.53 for the win, well, by himself, at 114 miles an hour. Tower Lane. Beer pickups. '15 Ram gets there first, 1351 at 99 miles an hour. The 81 Chevy ran 97.28 miles per hour with an elapsed time of 14.02 seconds. Spectator lane with the win, 1172 to a 1396. Nice sounding Blazer, 1306 at 107 for the win. 1398 at 107 for the Bellingham 70 Chevy Tower Lane. Butler there first, 1331. Noah Weeb gets away first with a .51 reaction time, a 60 foot of 2.22. The 8th mile was at 73 miles an hour with a 964. Top end 1493 at 93 miles an hour. Danny went 1242 at 112 with the Kelowna S10. $12.07 for the win, $12.43 spectator lane. Well, Ken Ritchie's little Blazer's running better on this pass. Ran 112 miles an hour at a 12.07. Was quicker. Reaction time for Kai gets the win. 12.17 at 111 for the Regal. $14.14 for the win for the Dodge. $14.46 for the Camaro. 12:30 for the win light. Sean Bain doing 113 miles an hour in the tower lane. 112 for Carl, doing a 12:73 spectator lane. '68 Chevelle, 13:47 at 111 for the win. Ken Federick ran 101 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 14.52. Spectator lane goes 11:58, 116 miles an hour. The old pickup truck, tower lane, went 105 miles an hour, 14.59 ET. Tower lane, 1281. Camaro chases him down, goes 1297 for the win. Well, a 2019 Tesla beats a 2017 Camaro. 1165 at 115 for the Tesla, 1230 for the Camaro at 116. Attention in the pits. It's getting late. Attention in the pits. Junior Street, you're called to the lanes. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Spectator lane's going to get the little green light top end with a 1309, 101 miles an hour. The other car was quicker at 119 with a 1307, but reaction time. Whole shot win. That's a nice sounding Jeep over there. Dustin Thiessen, 117 miles an hour, 11.56. That's a heavy vehicle, 6.1 liter engine. Utah, Mooney went 1372, 104.82 miles per hour. Junior Street, you've been called to the lanes 5 and 6. And that'll be a standby call for Outlaw. 1207 for the win light, Tower Lane. Chris Timms was going 118.80 with the 66 Acadian. Cool. Matt Herbert, 14 Camaro, ran 117 miles an hour at 12.40 ET. Man, that's a lot of torque out of that pickup truck. 04 reaction time for the pickup. That's pretty good. 1207 ET for the win at 106 miles an hour. The Camaro was doing 1274 at 105.53. $12.30 for Scott Little. 118 miles an hour turning on the win light. 107.76 for Kyle, doing 13.46 spectator lane. Pair of Corvettes. Just a little precursor to next Friday night Street Legals where the Corvette Club is hanging out. 1201, 103 for Tim Wong with the 2015 Corvette. The Z0606 Corvette, Harry Whiter out of Port Coquitlam. Just getting a little advice from our starter, Pat. Our starter, Pat, he's quite a rounded individual. I wasn't here for one of the Friday night Street Legals, and he dropped his switch at the start line and came up and started announcing. What a talented fella. Harry Whiter, 1278, 125 miles an hour with the Corvette. Pretty cool. '65 Falcon. And an '88 Mustang. Mustang. 1216. Falcon, 1286. Southdown Garage on YouTube. A 20 Ford, Kurt Northup. It's pretty quick. 1.860 foot. Eighth mile was 92 miles an hour with a 769. The finish line 1190 at 117 miles per hour. The Camaro 1058 at 112.87. .66 miles per hour, 14.06 for the Infinity out of Vancouver.
Can we outlaw 2 lanes, please, Rock?
Attention in the pits, Outlaw, you're called to the lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, Outlaw class, you're called to the lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, Outlaw class, you're called to the lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, racing to the 8th mile. 1085 for Jackson Dew. Linden ran 11:11. You're running out of opportunities to sign up for the Burnout contest. $25 to enter. We're going to be doing the Burnout contest right after the racing is completed. Winner takes all. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes 1 and 2. Standby call going out to Street Grudge. No time. Outlaw coming up next. A little bit of track prep underway at the start line. Back to racing in just a couple of minutes. Pair of Challengers. Tower lane with the wind light. 1183 to a 1246. The 68 Dodge, 78 Chevy, Corvette Chevy, $11.64 for the win. '69 Mach 1 and '66 Chevy 2. Craig Cota gets away first with a .26. Sean was a 3.2, but gets to the finish line first. 11:15 to a 12:01. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycle, you're called to the lanes. Motorcycle, you're called to the lanes. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, you've been called to the lanes. Mike ends 02 Ford, 1020, 138 miles an hour. Spectator lane went 111 miles an hour at 1246. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, you're called to the lanes. Our final outlaw, Rash Dollywall, 23 Dodge, 6.2 liter Hemi. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Attention in the pits, Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. We got 5 bikes still racing. Ken Christensen in front of Chris Rathy. Gets away in 10:31 with a 9 at 137 miles an hour. Chris ran 136 for speed, 10:73 for ET. Good matchup. Close one at the top end, 11:53 to an 11:74. Final bike, a single. Careful. 1381, 106 miles an hour for Rick Thiessen. Sport Compact up next. Yeah. Those Volkswagens are quick. 91 Golf, 90 VW, 1184 to a 1094. 129 miles an hour and 132 miles an hour. Those are some quick VWs. $11.51 for Nathan. 127 miles an hour. Trevor went 106 miles an hour at 13.81 ET. Attention in the pits, domestic class. You're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class. You're called to the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Well, I've just gotten a report that somebody's made a bunch of noise as they're leaving the facility tonight. That's not cool. That's a cool sounding Supra. Man, oh man. 139 miles an hour at the top end, 1092. The wind light went to an 1151 pass for Grayson. Reaction time, the big difference. So, as I was mentioning, when you leave the facility tonight, please, pretty please, leave quietly. Don't be doing burnouts and drifting out of the parking lot or racing up the highway across the bridge. Law enforcement knows racing is over. They're keeping an eye out for you as well. So play it cool out there, and please respect our neighbors. Leave quietly and respectfully. Mustang Tower Lane ran 1277 at 116 miles an hour. The 81 Pontiac TA ran 106 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 14.66. $12.15 gets the wind light. 112 miles an hour for the Blazer. $11.39 Corvette beats a Tesla. Yes. Doing 11.67 from Tesla. That thing's moving as well. $12.87 got the green light. $14.69 for Ken in the 84 Chev. What a beautiful truck. 1956 C100. Michael Land. Well, the 90 Mustang chases down that gorgeous pickup truck with a 1257 wind light, 113 miles an hour. The pickup truck ran 1424, 99.14 for speed. Challenger, Brimstone with the win, 1273, 111 miles per hour. Corvette ran a 1437. I thought he might catch him, but he didn't. 1276 to a 1211. Reaction time, making the difference for Tyson Lowe. Hole shot win. Well, if you're interested in signing up for the Burnout contest, better get up to the second floor of the Diamond Tower. And I believe we're going to open the lanes. Is that correct? All right. Everybody's favorite part of the night, open stage and lanes. Good, you? Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Open staging lanes, all classes. Make as many rounds as you want, but remember the return road is 10 kilometers an hour. So please keep your speed down low on the return road. And we're going to let you guys all hot lap. Make as many laps as you want. But it's only till 10 o'clock. So you got 10 minutes to make as many laps as you want, but keep your speed low on the return road. And if you're going to sign up in the Burnout contest, you got to get up here right away. $25 to enter, winner takes all. Attention in the pits, open class staging right now. All cars, all competitors still in that want to go racing. You're welcome to come up to the staging lanes. We're going to run till 10 o'clock. Well, if you're interested in doing a burnout contest, we're going to waive the $25 entry fee for you guys. Just try to get a couple more people up here to enter. So if you're interested in doing a burnout contest, head up to the 5th lane, lane 5. Come to lane 5 if you want to enter the burnout contest. For anybody who wants to do a burnout, we're waiving the entry fee. Make your way to lane 5. Lane 5 for the burnout contest. All right, if you're entering the burnout contest, you be in lane 5 right away. No entry fee required. We're going to let you go for free. Anybody wants to do a burnout at lane 5. All right, racers, the lanes are closed. Don't be making your way back if you're not in the lanes already. That's it for tonight. I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. We're still hopeful for the burnout contest. If you want to make your way over to the 5th lane, lane 5, Well, that's not what we were expecting. When we said we're going to have a burnout contest tonight, we expected there to be a big battle and 20 cars doing big burnouts, but nobody showed up. Dong, dong, dong. So, unfortunately, there is not going to be a burnout contest as hard as we were pushing for it. We'll try another time. Sorry about that. Okay, guys, drive safely going home. And we'll see you next Friday night for the Corvette Club. Everybody loves Corvettes. We'll see you guys soon, all right? Bye. Thanks for coming, everybody. Staff, thanks for all your hard work tonight. You start line crew, safety crew, wow, you guys are amazing. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to all the fans here tonight. We'll see you next Friday night for the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supply. Take care, everybody. This is Rock in the Tower. We'll call you later.